let's play some game and see how well that works out for us. Ah, yes, loading times. Loading times, my beloved. I forgot about you. I do wonder what fresh existential disaster we are barely in the process of staving off. It looks like we made it to the other planetoid, which is delightful. So maybe I can start working on... Oh yeah, there's the oil. Ready to be oil. It's not... I don't see any polluted water. This is like a standard planetoid biome? Like standard, like, starting biome? With not a whole lot of water. Like a little bit of water, but not like a lot of water. And that's mildly concerning. Teleporter there, teleporter here, all of that's cool. You don't have a bed at the moment. That is a thing that we're working on. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. I like that this just comes with a liquid pump. That's very cool, actually. We got a coal generator here, just ready to go. That's fantastic. We're gonna need to set up another, a printing pod here, aren't we? It should probably be on my list of things to do. Yo, Brynry, thank you so much for the 48 months of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around. I hope you are having a good week. That's what I hope. I hope you're having a good week. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, so I'm a little distracted. How are things back at home? Geldera, apparently. What are we doing here? What are we up to? I've got a bunch of water. That's cool. We've got places for people to sleep. That's cool. Do we have problems that I'm trying to... 230,000 kcal of food. Stress is a problem. Why are you so stressed out? Are you gonna tell me? No. Because I caught you at night, which is after all of the stress clears. Stress really should clear in the morning instead of in the middle of the night or the start of the night. I guess that just means I need to pay more attention and pause at an appropriate time to go look at stress if I'm trying to figure out why people are stressed. It looks like soggy feet and popped eardrums are probably the biggest culprits. Honestly, popped eardrums makes a lot of sense. This is some dense gas. Why do I have such dense gas? Oh, because we're not clearing up the carbon dioxide at a fast enough rate. And also people need to breathe. So it's just condensing. Okay. Well, just be miserable, I guess. Be miserable is probably not the correct answer. Maybe I should work on morale? I know we have good food for people. Hopefully they're actually eating the good food. That would be nice. That would be convenient. Very condensed carbon dioxide. Oh boy. Yeah, I really should work on my carbon dioxide. I agree with that statement. I think that is right. I think that is a thing I should be doing. In addition to all of the other things I should be doing. Grab a double helix. But is it a thing you will be doing? That's a very good question. Very good question. Next question. I mean, if planting more Alveo Vera isn't the answer, then what are we supposed to do? Tend to set up a door crusher, then never worry about overpressurizing ever again. That's a neat... Oh, there's something to do with, like, how gases work when you open and close doors. Do you just, like, delete it with doors that open and close repeatedly? I haven't actually... I don't... Like, this sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know offhand the mechanics of it. Dormant. Next activity, 17 cycles. Ah, it'll be a bit, you're saying. Well, food's not a problem. Ethanol is being a little bit of a problem. If gas cannot escape when an airlock closes, it gets deleted. Oh, wild. Oh, listen to those radiation noises. Isn't that fun? I don't like those noises. Huh. Okay, so it sounds like demolition is actually useful here, because demolishing this maybe gets rid of the radiation. That's maybe a thing that's worth checking. Ah, liquid carbon dioxide. I guess it's cold up here. Makes some amount of sense. Alright, so the immediate things that I want to address is the amount of ethanol that I am burning. Or maybe the amount of ethanol that I am producing, in addition to the amount of ethanol that I am burning. Cool slush. Negative 10-degree brine. Fantastic. It's probably worth messing around with. At some point. Alright, am I ready to unpause? Are people here doing anything? Because it looks like they don't have a lot to do. It looks like we might be idling here, at least a little bit. Mercury. Fascinating. Could probably set up another row of these below. Like, it wouldn't be hard to open up exactly another one of these here. Right? So if we go... Alright, 3 tall. And then open this up here. So then I'd want one of these here. We'd have to move this, I guess. Because this isn't going to fly. Yeah. Sucrose? Really? Why don't I have power? Because I haven't unpaused the game yet. This is a normal thing that the game does. I could not tell you why. here. But I do know that when you start the game, you have to unpause briefly in order to allow the simulation to catch up. And now people are asleep in their beds instead of standing next to their beds. And also I have power. Am I keeping this bottle empty around? I think we'll do this. And put a bottle emptier here. "36 tiles is the right size for 3 critters, which it seems like is the number of critters I have, including the egg. Three here, although this is more space. Okay. That also is going to have to go at some point. And then we're going to have to delete this. Okay. It's fine. Angles are stupid anyway. Alright, cool. That's a thing for my dupes to work on as time permits. And you are miserable. Alright. Great. Let's get moving. I do need to send more people over here. And or build a mini-pod. Where is a good place for a mini-pod? Did I have ideas? Did I know where I wanted to put a mini-pod? Did I have, like, a plan? That would be so cool if I had a plan. This oil reservoir is really only 60 degrees Celsius? Wild. It would be so cool if I had a plan. I guess the plan is open up the beds and then build a better bathroom. And then, yeah, we just gotta get a mini-pod up here so I can print some new dupes. Because we are going to need dupes. And also food. Also food. Oh, it's like starting over. Except there's infrastructure for some reason. Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's not dig through that, I guess. Alright, this is safe still. Is there pipes? Oh, there are pipes. Lucky. So we could potentially use, like, this space for a real bathroom. And we're gonna need to set up oxygen. Oh my god, so many things. Oxygen can wait. There is oxalite for now. But oxygen eventually. And, like, a carbon skimmer or something? Once the beds are opened up. I think I need to build a mini-pod, maybe sooner rather than later. And I need to decide where I'm building it. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Just build it wherever, so that it is built. Once it's built, you can worry about things. priority 4 this business so that we're digging out to the beds first. And then... What and then? What is the next step in this process? Getting more dupes over here, I guess, is the next step. Except... Problem with that... is the teleporter is on cooldown, I think? 20%. 4 cycles. Okay, whatever. That's fine. That's probably fine. That needs to get mopped up. And I guess we can just hit play and let things go and figure out if there are other problems at some point. I love insufficient oxygen generation. Critter starvation. Okay, this needs to be done first, buddy. Ah, you like building more than you like digging. I see the problem. Crops. Is crops a problem? I'm gonna not worry about it. Build that here. Bouncing back and forth. We have opened the way to the new teleporter, which is great. Now we're going to open the way to the water. That's also great. And it's going to take some time. Next print unavailable. Oh, maybe activate then. Gossman earned a skill point? How dare you? What are you doing, friend Gossman? What would you like to be working on? How do I fix your situation? Looks like you are doing good at all of the things that you are meant to be good at. What are you actually doing with your time? Priorities? Mostly digging. Aces. Digging and building. Which, okay. Give you a point in researching, since you like researching. This actually gives you plus science, which means you are better at learning things. That seems good. I guess I could give you points in construction. Nah, you'll figure it out. I have faith. Yeah, sure. Spend that morale, I guess. Alright, you're doing a thing and it's gonna take forever. I'm gonna activate the thing, though. That's gotta happen first. Press the button until it works. Hey, look, it works. 1.5 cycles. Cool. got a new lure drop? Love that. New log entry. Personal Journal B111. I sent Dr. Holland home today after I found him wandering the lab mumbling to himself. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I worry that everyone here is so afraid of disappointing the director that they're pushing themselves to the breaking point. Next chance I get, I'm going to bring this up with Jackie. Do I know who Jackie is? Do I know who Dr. Holland is? Do I know anything about anybody? Questionable. I got some nutrient bars for you, buddy. Sore back. Understandable. Understandable. Well, you keep on digging. You'll figure it out eventually. What did I say the order of things is here? So, we have a bed. We have a bathroom, even if it's not a good one. Am going to need a better bathroom. A plumbed bathroom at some point. And that's going to be here, I think. And we're going to want a sink. Well, for now, a wash basin. And a door, presumably, so that it looks like a bathroom. If that's sand, we're going to need tile for the door. And this will eventually be our fully plumbed bathroom. Eventually. You know, at some point. Which probably means I want, like, bedrooms and dining rooms and stuff out here by the bathroom. I guess I could put the bathroom over near the existing bedroom. Am I keeping the existing bedroom? That's certainly a question. Outlook not so good. And I guess at some point I have to worry about electricity and oxygen. I think also I need to... Oh, you know what I need to do? Is I need to open up the conveyor receiver here. What's the best way to do that? Probably through here. That's sand, that's fine. That's sand, that's not fine. Entirely too much salt water out here. What even is going on? And we're gonna have to open this up probably through here, honestly. This is a messy area. Over all of this obsidian. Why is there so much obsidian here? This giant block of undiggable obsidian. Why would you do this to me? But for now, we can do this. That, probably. Start opening up some more oxalite. Waterweed? Where? Oh, just like right there with the salt water on top of it. You know what? Yeah, probably just uproot it. Ugh. There's a lot that needs to get done, and with only one dupe, I have no confidence that it will get done in any kind of reasonable time frame. Let's do... So this is happening next. We'll do that afterwards. And that even more afterwards. This is now made. That's fantastic. Copy settings. Deconstruct. Move the mesh tile afterwards. And we are copying these settings as well into here. Building another grooming station. Deleting this ladder. And I suppose this ladder. This. Setting up yet another ethanol farm. So now we can... Do we have any seals in here? One spigot pup. Alright, spigot pup. Get relocated. How are we doing over here? Things happening? You're building a ladder. Yeah, that is what you do. Given to believe that that's true. Okay. How bad is stress now? Not as bad. That's good. So how was your stress today? Net minus 9.4. Fantastic. Yeah, a lot of stress from popped eardrums. Popped eardrums really is the thing that is causing the most amount of stress. I suppose that is a good reason to spend any kind of energy on fixing the problem. When do you suppose I will do that? These idiots need to plant more of the seeds. Like, I have them here for a reason, and I don't think they are doing the thing that I wanted them to be doing. In 3 streams, yeah. Roughly 15 hours from now. Food count still very high. This is the output, which we haven't connected to. This needs to be activated. And this needs to be activated. Oh, yeah, the food poisoning from the outhouse is very real right now, huh? Okay, well... We're going to need to get to the water... hello? You want my attention for some reason. Why? Explain. I mean, or don't, I guess. That's also okay. Carbon dioxide in the barracks is not dropping. Why is it? Why is the oxygen not doing the thing? Why is the air not doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing? Is this not enough space for the carbon dioxide to drop? Thought it would be enough space. But it's just not moving with any kind of speed. You're cold? Do you not have clothing? Equipment, none. Well, how about you get a coat? Oh, Ashken's on the other on the other planet. That's why Ashcan has no clothing. Because it doesn't matter. Can't believe I've been letting this poor idiot suffer from chilly surroundings. That's terrible news. Good thing I finally noticed. Yeah, this carbon dioxide doesn't seem like it's moving. How are we doing over here? Very slowly is how we're doing over here. Well, that's how it goes, I guess. Bitter starvation. That doesn't seem good either. Ah, people are idle. I was afraid of that. Okay, so we got to give them a job. We got to give them something to do. What is the next step? What is the next thing that we're doing? Maybe I can tap some of these existing ethanol sources and bring the ethanol to the place where I need the ethanol? Not sure what the best way to do that would be. Pipes? I mean, I can't just, like, set up a pitcher pump or something. That's going to be way more awkward. Okay, well, I guess let's start pumping. Sure, that can be a project. It's got to go up to here. Maybe go... Gotta go through here without interfering with all of my plants. All my little plants. Alright. Time to thread the needle, I suppose. But now this is snow, which will kill the little plants. Oh, that's not gonna work out. Above, I guess? Maybe above. More above? More above is probably fine. Is that good? Hope that's good. And then I need to provide power. How bad is this load network? How bad off? Not very, actually. Oh, but this is the electrolyzer network. I can't use that. That's not gonna fly. That's bad news. That is just waiting for a disaster to happen. We could stick it on this network. Or just stick it straight off of here. Which is also awkward. You know what I can do, though? Is set up another transformer. And then this can be the start of yet another power network if I need it. There we go. Building for the future. Yeah, that's a great plan. I love this plan. All right. Get to work, idiots. Why are you still idle? You're not idle. It just took a while to catch up. Finding safer area. Oh. Because you don't know how to breathe. No power for this gas filter. What does that mean? Oh. That's what... Yeah, okay. Agreed. Well, let's make sure that gets built. And now it has power again. Fantastic news. And how are we doing over here? Still working. Same place. You're gonna be here forever. Great, great. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to have, well, a sink. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. You're gonna need a compost pile for the polluted dirt. Because there's going to be some of that too. At least until the plumbing gets going. Oh, there's so many things that need to happen here. So many things. Activation requires field research? Heck. You're definitely just getting food poisoning, aren't you? Well, I can still let you build a mess table for yourself. And honestly, we can do this. Is maybe a thing I should have done prior to just pooping with no way to wash your hands. But, you know, whatever. How are we doing over here? Has the process started? The process is going extremely slowly. Understandable. Take your time, no big deal. Oh, right. Y'all need light. Well, I guess you don't need light to grow. You need light for nectar. But we can set that up, too. Which means we're going to need more lumen. Where do I acquire more lumen? A couple of places. This needs to be carved. This needs to be carved. This needs to be carved. Alright, kids. Do the thing. Hey! Time to print somebody new! Here. Owen is flatulent. That's not okay. Bottomless stomach isn't great, but I will take anything over flatulent. We'll take anything over flatulent. Oh, and they start with grilling. Neat. All right, Nicola, welcome to the team. Also an Alveo Vera seed, which doesn't really help on the more temperate colony? Asteroid? Outpost? Words? Hey, what's up, Cryptomancer? How's it going? All right, Nicola. Let's take a look at the priorities here on Planetoid Florial. You're not gonna cook. You are gonna cook. You are going to prioritize building and then digging. Everything down one. Prioritize building and then digging. You're also going to be a rancher, aren't you? You're interested in husbandry and tidying. If I am given to understand this correctly. So we'll set tidying, supplying, and storing at neutral. Yeah. Okay, great. It'll be a while before any of that matters, unfortunately. But, you know, eventually. For now, take the 1 point that gives you morale. Oh, you're interested in grilling. Alright, well, maybe Nicola's not going to be doing the grilling. Get your free point in improved construction here, I think. Wow, you are interested in so many things. Ashcan, you are so cool. Nicola, you are such a disappointment. Alright, I will redo this, I think. Can this just get deconstructed? And this will set direction left. Yes, correct. Creature comforts have been researched. Fantastic. Do I have anything that I care about for research? Exosuits. Yeah, I probably care about those. We're also going to need a compost thing here, aren't we? Compost is refinement. And then we can just deconstruct this. compost can just be automatic and high value. And at some point soon, we're going to have to make sure that there is both food and oxygen production. I don't know what food production I'm doing. But food production eventually. They're idle? How and why? Really? There's all this stuff to do and nobody's doing it? I guess all the rest of this got fully built. Hello? What's going on here? What do you mean no power? Oh, no, I agree. No power connected. You're wrong. I mean, you're right. But, like, fix it instead of just being wrong. You know. Easy solution. Idle, huh? I suppose so. Find safe area. There's oxygen up here! You're gonna run all the way down to the gas pump? What if instead you moved to where there's oxygen? Jeez. Hey, Schmike. Yeah, you get the joke. You know what's up. You get the reference. Is there a different other thing that we should be working on, I guess, while we're here? The bonbon trees, they're growing. Are y'all still starving? No. Good. But you're not producing ethanol at the rate that I would like. Which maybe means we need to go hunting for... Oh, I am doing that. I am doing that thing. I am fixing that problem as we speak. I'm gonna dig that out, give people a little bit more to do while they're out here. Looks like the carbon dioxide is compressing a little bit, which is maybe not great. Honestly, that's still potentially not great. To get the carbon dioxide into this alveolera. It's like mostly working. Maybe the carbon dioxide isn't going down because the oxygen is too high pressure. Maybe, yeah. It could be the oxygen's fault. I believe that as much as anything else. The oxygen is also kind of high pressure. That is a true statement. $261 kcals of food. They're doing great. All right, this is now set up correctly, which is even more great. So we can deconstruct all of this. They're digging through here, which I love that for them. And it's probably time to set up a kitchen. Probably time to set up a kitchen. What does your food supply look like out here, I wonder, little idiots? Kitchen first, oxygen second? We've got enough oxalite. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. 261 kcals, that's like 2 meals. It's like a quarter of a meal, actually. But when it's 261,000 kcals, well, 261 mcals. Megacals? Don't you get capital M for megacals? So, like, 3 meals. Oh, you're a hungry boy, aren't you, Rural? Megacals is pretty funny, though. You got skill points for Rowan. Hi, Rowan. What would you like to learn to do? Doctoring, plumbing, and digging. What are you currently doing? Digging, primarily. All right, sure. Get better at it. I respect that. Food. How are we dealing with food here? I guess it is via let's try the following. An electric grill? Do we need to mush some microbes? I don't think we need to mush any microbes. What are my food sources here? We got bristle blossoms. I guess I could plant mealwood. Do we have mealwood around? This seems like a mealwood kind of area. The question is, do I have any mealwood seeds? I could provide mealwood seeds from the previous biome. That is actually a thing I can do. Ah, here we go. Mealwood is real. As is Bristle Blossom. Maybe we'll just start with Bristle Blossom, because that's way better than Mealwood. Maybe we'll just set up a good farm. A farm with goods. You exclusively eat star stuff. You are a hungry boy. Not getting enough food. It needs to be irrigated with water and provided illumination. How are we going to handle water here? That's yet another question. I guess I should see if there's vents nearby. That might change things for me. We could also start processing the salt water. That's not a bad idea either. Plenty of coal. Decent amount of algae, all things considered. But no vents. At least none that I see so far. Maybe we'll have to supply this place with water from the other colony? I could do that, actually. That's not impossible. Sagan once said we are all star stuff, and you eat a subset of all. Alright. I don't disagree with that. Sagan was a poetic kind of guy, wasn't he? I think food for right now is actually handled because we're going to be digging up plenty of muckroot. But I should start setting up an actual farm. Okay, what are... Show me Bristle Blossom. You can see what vents a planet has on the star map, even though you won't know where on the planet they are. Oh, I think you're right. That's not a thing that I ever look at, though. Liquid sulfur, minor volcano, and oil reservoir. Wow, that's, pretty bad, actually. That's really not helpful. Ice meteor showers, I guess, are potentially good enough, though. Liquid sulfur vent. Have I built a rocket yet? No, never. I think actual never. Not in my 500 hours of playing Oxygen Not Included. Are they useful? I think so, actually. I think they are supposed to be. You know what? I might have once built a rocket. It's possible that once I built a rocket. But I don't know that I ever got much out of it. The process there is more complex than I was willing to buy into at the time. I mean, the star map does contain places to go, which might have resources that would help me do things, probably. The idiots are idle again? Oh, this is fully built. Fantastic. So why no power? Because this... yep. Yep, understandable. No power because not connected. Okay, good answer. Good answer. Current load question mark. Really? Okay, 0 watts makes more sense than question mark. Alright, my idiots need a new project. What is the next project? I guess connect to the teleporter, which has been activated. We could connect the natural gas geyser to something. The colony lacks demolition skill. Still? Why is my local colony unskilled? What am I gonna get people working on? They need a project. They need something to do. I didn't even inspect these? Let's get a lore drop. Revisited numbers. Unacceptable. I'm just telling you the numbers, Director. I'm not responsible for them. In your earlier email, you claimed the issue would be solved by the pod. Yeah, the weight issue. And it was solved. The problem now is the insane amount of power that big thing eats every time it prints a colonist. So how do you suppose we meet these target numbers? Fossil fuels are exhausted, nuclear is outlawed, solar is next to impossible with its smog. I don't know, that's why you got researchers. I just crunch numbers. Although you should avoid fossil fuels and nuclear energy anyway. If you have to load the rocket up with a couple tons of fuel, then we're back to square one on the weight problem. It's gotta be something clever. Thank you, Dr. Jones. You may go. Dr. Jones projects that traditional fuel will be insufficient for the pod to make the flight. Then we need to change its specs. Use lighter materials, cut weight wherever possible, do widespread optimizations across the whole project. We have another option. No, absolutely not. You needed me, and I came back, but if you plan to revive our research, the world's doomed regardless, Olivia. We need to use any advantage we've got. And just think about it. If we built redacted technology into the pod, it wouldn't just fix the flight problem. We'd know for a fact it would run uninterrupted for thousands of years, maybe more. Redacted technology? In my printing pod? Broken fire extinguisher. Demolish. What's it made out of? Granite. It's not particularly helpful. I guess I could start working on whatever this project is. This one is ready. Good. Discover geothermal power plant. Reconnect geothermal heat pump. That's this one. What needs to happen in order for this to get reconnected? I guess I need to open up all of this polluted oxygen, which I'm not happy about. I am going to set up oxygen. A deodorizer here-ish, since this is where the polluted oxygen is going to come up. So, just in case they're trying to pollute my oxygen... Oh, I don't have power down here. Is that a problem? I'm a little surprised. I would have thought the oxygen mask docks needed power, but I guess not. Okay. Well, I suppose... Let's get power. Run some wires. Is this the overloaded network? It is the overloaded network. I guess I have a deodorizer here. Which is probably pretty close to a deodorizer here. Very similar. Whatever. Just run the wires. Give my idiot something to do again, briefly. Oh, soggy feet down here. That's no fun for anybody. Oh, there's a bunch of polluted water down here anyway. How did that happen? Mop that up. And then I guess... Sandstone, aluminum. It's all green down here, which is concerning. Oh, a bunch of oxalite over here that I haven't opened up. Maybe that's going to be helpful. But I guess the plan is dig through here. And then ladder down. That seems just as viable as anything else. What's going on here? When we discuss time as a concrete aspect of the universe, not seconds on a clock or perceptions of the mind, it is important, first of all, to establish that we are talking about a unique dimension that layers into the three physical dimensions of space, length, width, and depth. We conceive of real time as a straight line, one-dimensional, uncurved, and stretching forward infinitely. This is referred to as the arrow of time. Logically, this arrow can move only forward, and can never be reversed, as such a reversal would break the natural laws of the universe. Effect would precede cause, and universal entropy would be undone in a blatant violation of the second law. Still, one can't help but wonder, what if the arrow's trajectory could be curved? What if it could be redirected, guided, or loosed? What if we could create Time's bow? That is a horrifying sentence to contemplate. My plan is to crush them? That doesn't seem great. Maybe less with the crushing, though. Reconnect this building's steel plumbing system to restore function. Okay. I don't see any steel plumbing. We'll just make it in here and see what's going on at that point, I guess. Reconnect pipes. Service cart. Yo, there's so much stuff to inspect down here. Why haven't I inspected any of it? Clearly, Nikola is evil. He has some kind of scheme going on that he's keeping secret from the rest of Gravitas. And I haven't been able to crack what that is because it's offline and he's always at his computer. Whenever I ask him what he's up to, he says I wouldn't understand. Pfft. We both went through the same particle physics classes, buddy. Just because you mash a keyboard and I adjust knobs does not mean I don't know what the time containment field does. And then today I dropped a wrench and Nikola nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around and screamed at me never to do that again. And then when I said, geez, it's not the end of the world, he was like, yeah, it's not like the world will blow up if I get this wrong. Really sarcastic-like. Which technically is true. If the time containment field were to break down, the temporal bow could theoretically blow up the world. That's why there are safety systems in place. And safety systems on safety systems. And then safety systems on top of that. But then again, he built all the safety systems. So if he wanted to... so we already have a temporal bow. That's great. I decided to get into work early today. When I got in, Nikola was already there. It looked like he hadn't been home all weekend. He was pacing back and forth in the lab, monologuing, but not like an evil villain. Like someone who hadn't slept in a week. Ruby, he said. You have to promise me that if anything goes wrong, you'll turn on this machine. They're pushing it too far. The printing pods are pushing the... It's too much. Too much! Something's going to blow. I tried... I'm trying to save it. Not the Earth. There's no hope for the Earth. It's all going to... Then he made this exploding sound. But the universe. Time itself. It could all go. Don't you see? This machine can contain it. Put a temporal containment field around the Earth so time itself doesn't break down and then all of a sudden these security guys came in. New guys. People I haven't seen before. And they just took him away. Then they took me to a room, asked me all kinds of questions, and I answered them, I guess. I don't remember much, because the whole time I was thinking, what if I was wrong? What if he's not evil, but Gravitas is? What if I was wrong, and what if he's right? No, seriously, what if he's right? I love how dramatic these entries get, the deeper I get into the game. We've been successfully using the temporal bow. Oh boy. Now, for some time, with no obvious consequences. Oh, good! I should be happy that this works so well, but several questions gnaw at my brain late at night. If time's arrow is moving forward, the laws of entropy declare that the universe should be moving from a state of order to one of chaos. If the temporal bow bends to a previous point in time, to a point when things were more orderly, logic would dictate that we are making this point more chaotic by taking things from it. All known laws of the natural universe suggests that this should have affected our present day, but all evidence points to that not being true. It appears the theory that we cannot change our past was incorrect. This suggests that time is, in fact, not an arrow, but several arrows, each pointing different directions. Fundamentally, this proves the existence of other timelines, different dimensions, some of which we can assume have also built their own temporal bow. The promise of crossing this final dimensional threshold is too tempting. Imagine what things Gravitas has invented in another dimension. I must find a way to tear open the fabric of space-time. Sentences only uttered by the sane and orderly minds. And tap into the limitless human potential of 1,000 alternate timelines. Yeah, you sure must do that thing that you just said. That would be a great thing for you to do. Log begins. Shh. What? What are we doing here? I'll show you. Just keep your voice down. Are we even allowed to be here? No. Trust me, it'll all be worth it once I can find it. Find what? That. Video feed from a rat cage? What's so great about... Wait, are they floating? You mean they're in space? Our thermal rats are in space? Yep. There's apple cart and cherry pie and little banana bread. Look at them. They're so happy. We made ratstronauts. Happy ratstronauts. We made happy ratstronauts. That is incredible. Shh. Someone's coming. They're coming to take away the happy ratstronauts. Computer podium. Tell me more. Hello, is this thing on? There we go. Tests are progressing as anticipated, and results have exceeded our hopes, particularly in regards to thermal threshold. Coming in hot, as we used to say. Anyway, first we introduced 12 tons of brackish aquifer water, cooled to 65 degrees. This yielded clean steam, as well as soil, salt, and trace minerals, as expected. Okay, so now we flush the system. Ramp up the temperature in the water tank and run it through at 200 degrees. Sound of liquid rushing through pipes. Clear the steam so we can... Sound of a small clang. Hang on, there's some kind of debris. You have to be cautious. One small obstruction in this system could be catastrophic. Wait, are those oxidized iron nuggets? But how? All I changed was the temperature. Get me 12 tons of, oil. Stat. Sorry, please. Long silence. Sound of machinery powering down. Unbelievable. Okay. I don't know what's happening here, but I'm sure it's great. This needs to get reconnected. This is a geovent that needs to get reconnected, sure. Which one is this? 96. So this is another one of just like, we need to dig our way down here. Vacuum. Somewhat warm. And then this one needs to get unclogged, right? We need to unblock it. Blocked geovents can be cleared by pumping in liquids that are hot enough to melt lead. We need to pump in liquids that are over 327 degrees Celsius. I have no idea how to do that. None whatsoever. Maybe it involves using the heat pump. Anyway, this project is a project. Pump in some gaseous lead. That would be hot enough, for sure. Where are the other two fossils, actually? That would be good to know. Maybe that could be my next set of projects. Here's one of them. Is that difficult to get to? Not that difficult to get to. Sure is a lot of carbon dioxide out here, though. What did we figure out this is? Carbon dioxide geyser. Oh, okay. Nope. I have plenty of that resource. That's not a thing I'm worried about. Excellent. Fascinating. So many random biomes out here. Oh, right, the arbor tree. We're gonna plant an arbor tree for the pips? I suppose we could. Then the pips would have food. Wouldn't that be nice? People idle again? Probably. They can start coming out here and working on this project then. So I think we can set these to harvest. And not harvest the wood, but harvest the branches. And then we can have nectar for these idiots in case they need it. Alright, how are we doing back on Florial? Moving forward is how we're doing. Idle? Why idle? Oh, because you can't do anything about that. Okay. I guess we do need to start on a second job here. We were going to start on a bristleberry farm, I guess? Was that the plan? Seems reasonable. As long as I have the water to burn. Which, honestly, water seems like it's going to be somewhat of a precious resource on this asteroid. So... maybe... I'm gonna need to set up a desalinator for sure. That is also a thing. At the very least, we can do this. Do these have a decor value? No, decor 0. It doesn't matter what I build them out of. But build them out of whatever I have the most of. Which is still granite. So I guess that's fine. Highly likely we are going to need at least one more bed in this colony. Alright, if I'm not going to be doing bristle blossoms because I am worried about water, does that mean I'm going to be doing mealwood? Could be. Mealwood just needs dirt. Which we could then pickle. Or turn into lice loaf. That's no fun. Pump the magma from the one fossil over. That's true. Magma would also do it. As long as we can set people up in such a way that they can successfully pump magma. Which I feel like anything that magma comes in contact with is not necessarily going to be able to contain the magma? I guess I don't know that for certain. Maybe like ceramic piping would work. I don't think steel would. Then again, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, so maybe it's fine. I can't check on this colony. But if I were to attempt to build a liquid pump out of steel, the overheat temperature on it is 275 degrees. Do dupes melt? Yes. I mean, once they are hot enough, they start taking damage. And then, once they've taken enough damage, they die. So, like, technically no? But for all practical purposes, yes. Minor eye irritation. Oh, because there's bleach stone here. That's bad news. What are we going to do with bleach stone? Suffer, I guess. There's probably a better solution to this that is not suffer. What do you suppose that solution is? I do have some water around, so I can submerge a storage thing. Perfect. Alright. This can auto bottle some water. This can store all of the things that are off-gassing. Like bleach stone. And rot piles and polluted dirt. And I guess oxalite, if I wanted to do that. Eh. How are we doing over here? Making progress? Getting all of our sleep interrupted by too much carbon dioxide. Gossman's still kind of high stress here. Low morale? Really? Also soggy feet. Chilly surroundings. Oh, because of the soggy feet, sure. Why low morale? 9 skill. Did you just not eat yesterday? Idiot forgot to eat yesterday. Also, you're stepping through water, like, all of the time. Maybe fix that. plus stress because you slipped. Yep. Casual random slipping on ice. That is kind of stressful. Snow. Yeah, the snow down here was definitely melting. See you later, snow. All right. I am overloaded on polluted water here, so we should set up some sort of transferal method, since I have fully consumed all the polluted water over here. Bottle filler? What are we filling here? Do I actually just need water sometimes? What am I using this water for? Since all of this is gone. How often do we need... I guess, like, there are some things that just need water, like the supercomputer, for example. The crap was that? Oh, that was the radiation bolt from this thing. Wait, so is that causing radiation here? Huh. Maybe I need to set up a lead block here. Oh, I don't have any lead? Sad. Hang on, if I look at the research, wasn't there something about radiation? What do we have about radiation? Like a radiation safety thing? Radiation protection. It's all like lead stuff. Radiation refinement. No, I don't think so. Atmos suits eventually. You know, several human beings who also sometimes forget to eat for a day and then are surprised at being irritable, low morale. Yeah, alright, that checks out. Wow, Gossman's really not having a good day. Yeah, the low morale is still climbing. Why don't you just go eat something? Can I force you to go eat something? I guess I could give them downtime sooner, right? Like, I could just be like, alright, you idiot. Go, it's like, right, it's that time anyway. They'll figure it out. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. If the same thing happens tomorrow, though, then we might have to fix it ahead of time. We might have to set up a solution. Again with the soggy feet up here? I don't like that. I guess because stuff keeps melting. Oh, and they're so far away, they don't actually make it back in time to eat or whatever. No, they're eating. They're fine. And now their morale is fine. Now their morale is great. Yeah, everything's gonna be okay. They just need to remember to eat. Yeah, this oxygen mess kind of sucks, though. What the hell happened here? Oh, I just kept doing this. Ah, that's on me. I forgot to disable auto-bottling. Blech. Dumb. Alright, let's mop all this up. That's entirely too much. My mistake. No bionics. Alright, Liam and Nisbet. I don't need yet another rancher. Decreased food morale bonus. Interior decorator. Decreased decor morale bonus. Pacifist and unempathetic is fine. Aw, narcoleptic is so awful. Give Gossman only a cycle of downtime. I can set that up, yeah. I don't think he needs it now. But I'll keep an eye on if he misses another meal. Both of them have interior decorator. This idiot has super duper hard dicking, though. Narcoleptic is so atrocious. Maybe I just won't print a dupe here. I mean, I guess I could just print Nisbet, but like, Nisbet's interests are not particularly great either. Neither of these dupes are like particularly attractive here. You know what? We're just gonna go back over here and print some copper and call it good. Print dupes later. Alright, you know what? Mopping? What kind of task is mopping? Tidying. Alright. Just for right now, let's get everybody in on this tidying business. Work together. This is all so awkward if you're not both doing it from the same place. It gets so much better when you're actually working together. Like, this goes so much faster when there's two people working on it. Oh, no. No, stop. Do not do that thing that you just tried to do. Why idle? Literally no errands. Okay. I guess that's a good answer. That needs to get opened up. This still needs to get built, but I guess it's being worked on. You can break open that in order to get access to the water. Okay, and now they can go back to regular priority on tidying. Aw, they got salt water in here. Okay, cancel that. Build some more tile here. Hopefully that puts the salt water back into here. Idle. Still not okay. Okay. Farming? Plumbing? Plumbing is probably the next project here. Although farming may be also important. Terrible news. I guess there is a bunch of muckroot. Are you people capable of eating muckroot? You are. Which is good. You're probably going to need to. Maybe never eat raw meal ice, though. Maybe just don't do that thing. Alright. Tell me about bristleberries. Bristleberries cook into gristleberries on their own. With sleet wheat, you can make berry sludge. Or megafron grain, which is cool. And that's it. Berry sludge, actually good quality food. Fascinating. We have neither sleet wheat nor megafron grain, though. So I guess we're SOL there. Which means we are looking at gristleberries as the only output that we can do here. That's... Surely we can find something better. Surely. What else are we doing for food out here, though? I guess I could start farming mushrooms. I just have to send the mushroom seeds over from the other colony. Field research. Is it the first one? That's the second one. Yeah, so far the available food sources are mealwood and bristleberries. Which... freely admitted, not great. We could do better. Aha! Some neutronium spotted. This is probably a volcano. Maybe let's not open up the volcano. I guess there's waterweed. I've never tried doing a waterweed farm. That's a thought. Tell me about waterweed. What does that get me? It just gets me lettuce, right? Which, like, on its own is miserable. Requires salt water and bleach stone? Yeah, lettuce on its own doesn't do anything. At a gas range, you can do several different lettuce-related things. So that's not super helpful either. Gas range is not happening in the near future either. Well, meal lice get us to lice loaf, which is +0. And berries get us to gristleberries, which is +1. So I guess it's gristleberries. I hate all of these options, to be honest. Nothing going on here is any good. But here we are. Poke shells? Do you make food? No, you just leave behind shells. I guess if it's Santa shells, that turns into food. But poke shells just leave behind molts, I think. I guess we could do ranching for food. That seems a little... That seems like a long-term project. That's not something we're going to get done in the near future. So yeah, I guess we're just on bristleberries, which, not exactly what I was looking for. But alright, let's make it happen. Which means we need to set up electricity sooner rather than later. Which means, God, I want a smart battery for this mess. We don't have any refined metal around here. Which is part of what I want to get the teleporter up and running for. But if the colony lacks field research skill... we'll have to send somebody over. We can send somebody over with a field research skill to turn this on. Okay. Yeah, let's work on that then. Nothing going on over here. Other than a bunch of people don't have a project. Oh, this is just open now. That's great. Unreachable. Why unreachable? I guess because of the O. Okay, no, that would do it. I agree. Awaiting steel 1,200 kilograms. Okay. 1,200 kilograms of steel it is. We can do that. Can we fossil to lime? Oh, I have so much fossil available. Okay. Every 2 of these is another 100 kilograms of steel. And I'm currently sitting on... how much steel? $1,200 kilograms of it fell off the back of a truck. Currently sitting on 550, so we need another 700 more. We've got 1... so this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gonna need some iron too. And some refined carbon. I'm gonna need another 100 kilograms of refined carbon. And we'll say 3 more hits of iron ore. Burn some of that wood. We got plenty. Why do I need a metric ton of steel? Because what the crap is this? We've got an enormous mind palace here that we're doing something with. Oh, that's wild. Oh, I was aiming for the petrified fossil, but this is cool too. Because the geothermal heat pump needs it. It is awaiting the delivery of 1,200 kilograms of steel. I think you're right. I think that's actually true, Smurfton. I've discovered a new dream-analyzing building buried deep inside our asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicant's ability to dream? I've often wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. So, I guess the stream title is prophetic. Alright, yeah, we could activate this bad boy, I suppose. An organic multi-cortex repository and processing system fueled by oxygen. Analyzes dream journals produced by duplicants wearing pajamas. Provides a sustainable boost to duplicant skills and abilities throughout the colony. Oh. Cool. Well, the goal was getting to this fossil. But, okay. I guess we can also get here. Dispense item. Oh, dispenses pajamas. LED light. Huh. That's cool. Huh, neat. Alright, they are no longer idle, which is great. It's a Sprigatito on the ceiling. I think it's a pip, buddy. But yes. Sure. Alright, now we gotta set up the farm. That's the other thing that needs to happen here. Is we are farming. So where is the farm going to go? Can bristleberries be farmed? Do they care about their atmosphere? No. No, they don't. As long as there's sufficient air pressure, they can be farmed in anything. That's good. Well, a small subset of anything. But for my purposes, anything. So where are we putting this farm? I suppose we can just pick a spot. It's going to require electricity. Everything is a process. Nothing is easy in life. Where am I putting this? And it's going to require water, which is also going to be maybe a bit of a problem. Not a lot of a problem, but like maybe a bit of a problem. We'll see how long that ends up being a problem. Worst case, we can pump water in and that'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, well, I guess just pick a spot and commit to it, and we'll figure it out later if it sucks. So that will be... okay, so lighting is the thing that I do need to figure out here. Which involves furniture? Is that how lighting works? Ceiling lights? Probably ceiling lights. Which, at sufficient height, covers... how much space? The most it can cover... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is a lot of tiles. The farm doesn't need to be that big. I guess if the lights are... is there a better way to do this lighting? Probably not. Well, I could send over some carved lumens. But no, we'll just use the ceiling lights. Let's see, the easiest way to build it is 4 tall, because then I don't have to build ladders for my dupes to build the lights. Can they build it at 5 tall? I don't think they can. Like, that's unreachable, even if I dig this open, right? Yeah, that's definitely unreachable, even if I dig this open. I mean, I guess I could still do that. It just requires building a few ladders here and there, which is not that much of a problem, I don't think. And means I don't need as many lights. Because this at 4 gets me a range of 7 underneath it. But at 5... it gets me a range of 9. 7 is fine. 7 is fine. Okay, so here is the plan. The plan is thus. This is the first step in our Bristle Blossom farm. So that would be food. Farm tiles. Ooh, should probably just be hydroponic farm tiles, huh? Yeah. Which means we'll have to pump water. But for now, we can do this. We're going to need power to here. Via here? How does this look? How is the power going to go from one place to another? What's up, Mr. Generic Name? How's it going? Just like, I suppose just across. And that's fine? Or will be fine once I get power going? It's a major process either way. So they are going to have a lot of time to hang out and figure that out on their own. Good luck, kids! We idle? No. People have what to do. Good. We're a little idle. Are you? You are refining steel. It's not idle. Plenty of work to do. Insufficient resources line. Yep. Well, maybe people can bring the fossil over? We have fossil, right? Please tell me we have fossil. We definitely have fossil. People just aren't doing it. Which is weird, because people were idle. I think they would just do it. You would think. New mutant seed discovered. Really? Alright. Color me curious. I would like to know more. Where is the analyzer? Here. Who would like to do the analyzing? Somebody. Eventually, would like to do the analyzing. Overpressure. True. How y'all doing? Time for bed. I should probably change your downtime schedule. So that it matches, Ashcan. I guess both of you could just be on the default schedule. Not a huge deal. Oh, Bert needs to be on the alternate schedule. 6 people on any given schedule per asteroid. That is the plan. How is the stress? Yeah, see, Gossman's fine. Now Harold is the one who's not fine. For reasons that, again, we cannot determine because time has ticked over across the cycle line. How goes the colony? It's going. It's going. There is no current existential threat that I am concerned about. So that's great. I do have a lot of carbon dioxide still. So that's still a thing that we're working on. The eardrums sure are popped. And carbon dioxide is just never leaving this room. I've really got to figure out how to remove the carbon dioxide from this room. I guess the problem is the oxygen coming up, the carbon dioxide coming down are at odds with each other. Maybe I just need to move the vent. Actually, you know what? Let's just move the vent. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. But it turns out this has what seems like an easy solution. And then maybe people will be able to sleep. That would be great news. How's this process going? This salt water is just here, so I guess I'll open this up. And maybe mop it. We are going to need, not sedimentary rock, granite. some tiles here, because this is going to need a pipe eventually. I'm going to be piping water over here, huh? That is the plan, isn't it? Potentially distressing. Alright, the focus now is still turning on the supply teleporter so that we can get some refined metal out here. So let's retain that priority. Oh, that's a lot more salt water than I expected. Do y'all want to fix this? I guess I have to tell them to do it. Alright. Now, this colony lacks field research. Yes, that is fixable. That one. That one I know how to solve. Seed analysis complete. Oh, tell me more. Deeply probing the genes of the sleetwheat plant have led to the discovery of a promising new cultivatable mutation. Super specialized. Minimum radiation plus minimum radiation. Viable temperature range minus 80%. I don't like this at all. Yield amount plus 100%. Tell me more. How do I... Okay, so what are the actual numbers then? Where is the thing? It's still being processed. Super specialized. Does this show me, like, what it looks like if it's super specialized? No, okay. But I will need to grow it in a radiation-rich environment. Rich is maybe a bit of a misnomer. What are you analyzing? Do we just have, like, a bunch of things to analyze? How many different unidentified subspecies of sleetwheat grain are there? Alright, well, keep it up, buddy. You're doing great. Proud of you. Probably. Aw, little confined pipsqueak. The poor pipsqueak. This is still awaiting more steel. That's alright. We are still making more steel. That's fine. Everything about that is fine. This is awaiting coolant. Because the coolant is getting used to fill bottles. Alright, this process might need to change here. We might need to turn this into a different cycle. That sounds like yet another project. Alright, you know what? We've been going for about 2 hours. Decent number of radiation-based mutations in general. I believe that. That sounds correct for what this game is doing. Alright, we've been going for about 2 hours, which means it is time for my usual stream break. So I'm going to do that. We're going to take a quick break here. And when I come back, we're going to do some engineering. And it's maybe going to be problematic. We'll find out. But I have an idea, and we'll see if it works. And begin attempting this travesty against modern engineering. So the idea is, and I don't know if this is a good idea or a terrible idea or what, but I have an overabundance of dirty, polluted water here. Extremely dirty, polluted water. 25 million germs worth of food poisoning. And I think what I want to do is use that as coolant for the metal refinery until it's hot enough to be clean, and then I can send it down to the bottle filler. Is this a good idea? Unclear. It's an idea. And I'm curious to know if this is a viable solution. So I think the way I'm gonna do this is by setting up... Does this work? Does this positioning work? No. Here. Is we're gonna get... I'm gonna funnel some amount of this polluted water out just to clear up the system a bit. And that, I think I will maintain as a manual process. So I'll use... Could still be like one of these liquid shutoffs or something. But, I will still, like, initiate and disengage that manually. And then send it all up to here. And then I think what I can do is I think I can use... I've never done this before, but I'm curious. I think I can use a germ sensor to determine whether or not the polluted water is no longer filthy. Polluted, yes. Filthy, no. And once that is the case, swap it into the water sieve. So that is the goal. Oh, it needs plastics. Damn it. This was such a cool idea. Unless there's like a germ... Yeah, it's gonna use plastics. I'm not ready for plastics. How hot does it need to be not be germy? Maybe I can do it off of a temp sensor. Or it could still be manual. Like, I could come back and check and see how hot it is, whether it's too hot or whatever. Don't I have access to sucrose? I do have access to some amount of sucrose. Can that be turned into plastics? I have to build a machine that turns things into plastics first. So I guess that's my next step, is let's make some plastic. That would be the polymer press. What are we going to be pressing? I guess anything that is a plastic monomer. What things are plastic monomers? Nectar is. Sucrose is not, notably. Well, we do have access to nectar. And it produces steam and carbon dioxide. So we want to do this in a place where the water's not going to be a problem. And also the temperature. The water and also the temperature is not going to be a problem. So I guess we do that over here, near this cool steam thing. Is that a good idea? Unclear if that's a good idea. Probably my best bet, though. It's going to need power, but fortunately I have this set up. So power can be provided. So let's give it here. And then we can go mesh tile. 1, 2, 3. And some ladder to get up here. The best way of killing germs is a few dozen rads per cycle. That's maybe true. I don't actually know if that's true, but that's maybe true. It certainly seems like a way to kill germs. And then it needs the nectar to be piped in? It needs the nectar to be piped in. I am farming nectar now. So that is real. It's not fast, but it is real. How much nectar do I have? I have 80 kilograms of nectar. How much nectar does it take to make any amount of actual plastic? 500 kilograms of nectar makes 300 kilograms of plastic. This makes 80 kilograms of nectar per cycle? Really? Huh. I didn't think it was making it that fast. Lucky. 80 kilograms of nectar per cycle? How much do seals eat? $40 kilograms per cycle. So 2 seals on 1 tree? Oh, this is gonna be fine. No problems here at all. They're gonna be a-okay, these little idiots. Which is delightful. That's great news. Happy for them. The other way that works on everything is to store the germs in chlorine. That's true. I know chlorine is good. Chlorine is very good for that purpose. Okay, I guess we'll just empty bottles directly into some pipes. Plumbing. Bottle drainer. I don't think I can build it out of mercury. I think that is a problem. Since mercury melts at a pretty high temperature. Why do I have so much mercury? What am I gonna do with mercury? Mercury melts at like -50 or something, doesn't it? -38. What are you supposed to do with mercury? Mercury gas, I guess. Mercury sealing light? Is this the only thing you can do with it? What does this do? 60,000 lux? What the crap? How much do I get out of the sun lamp? Even the sun lamp only goes to 40k. Whoa. Oh, okay. But the mercury lamp uses a lot less power. It just uses a bunch of liquid mercury. It's a lot of lux. This is so weird. What a process. Can I actually use refined mercury for building things? Because it feels like that would end up being a problem if they're just gonna melt at, you know, anything that remotely resembles a reasonable temperature. I'm somewhat curious. But it doesn't seem like a good idea to test that in a place where temperatures are going to be positive. Maybe we'll just build this out of iron for now. How are we doing over here? The work is continuing. That's great. Oh, I was going to send over... I was going to send someone over. We can still do that. I got distracted by trying to build the thing. Who has the appropriate skills? Field research. Harold, Joshua, and Gossman. Who wants to take a break? Doesn't matter too much, I don't think. Not Harold. Harold is cooking. We'll send over Joshua. Joshua is doing nothing besides artistry. Where are you? I guess we can open this up as well so that this can get activated. Duplicate warp ready. Do it. Oh, it's downtime time. Okay, I see how it is. Well, I guess we have a bed for you. Oh, it's a good thing he's smart enough to use the hand sensor. Oh, it's not done yet. He had to go to sleep first. Okay, I get it. Valid, honestly. Well, someday. Someday he'll do the thing. Alright, so this is activated, which means they can now receive. And then once this gets dug out, they'll be able to send. Yo! He's painting the... Oh, what a guy. This was such a good choice. Alright, Bristle Blossom Plant. Copy settings. Putting a ceiling light here, that'll be perfect. And at some point soon, we're going to have to turn on the power. Breathability 58%. Thank you for warning me, I guess. But also that's better than it's been, so I'm not concerned. Yo, we got puffs! Oh, and nosh sprouts! Oh, hell yeah! Okay, I like that way better than whatever I'm doing with the bristle blossoms. Probably. Tell me more how nosh sprouts work. Nosh bean. Alright, so beans with tallow can make nosh noms. With tonic root can make curried beans. With water can make tofu. Okay. And then, what do I need to do to farm them? Oh, they need ethanol. Oh, they need ethanol. That's why there's this pile of ethanol here. Okay. That makes sense. And the salt vines are here? Yo, this is a whole ass biome. Do you need to be in chlorine? Nosh sprout? You need to be in carbon dioxide. Wow. That's a choice. You did it, buddy. You're so good. What do I do with the pufts? Do we do anything with the pufts? I've done puffed farming once. This one is squeaky. What is the squeaky version? The squeaky version is the chlorine one. Okay. Chlorine farms, of course, a bit of a mess. Why is the bathroom all the way out here? Why is stuff so scattered? What a mess. This colony is a mess. Still got a lot of work to do out here. Plenty of bleach stone. So we can, in fact, get salt out of the salt vines. Requires sand for fertilization. That's hardly a problem. I feel like the salt vines are less about getting salt and more about consuming chlorine. Like, at some point, it's just like, oh, we got some chlorine to get rid of. I guess I'll grow a salt vine. Tranquil toes. What is this pipe connected to? Oh, nothing. Great. Love that. Jeez, guys, come on. Guys. Guys. Come on. Alright, well, this is active, which is the important part. So I guess Joshua can go home now. I've gotten everything I need out of you. I got an inspector? This is a thing I've already read. Okay, great. Oh, I forgot about defrosting friends. I should probably do that. Just out here printing new dupes. We have friends that we could defrost. We could produce friends. Now that this is connected, I can get the refined metal I was looking for. Why did you need to be clicked on? Oh, I guess it's showing what it's researching. That's interesting. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. For the first time, my eyes are being drawn up to here in 500 hours of gameplay, I guess. Here, we need to send from here, which means I need to allow manual use and put in some amount of refined metal, not mercury. I guess some iron? Like, what else do we have here? And it needs power. My dude. Must you? I don't know that it actually needs power. I think it'll just go. Like, if we look at the conveyor overlay, I think it just goes. But I've been wrong about that in the past, so I guess we'll find out. New event, a frozen friend. Ashcan has made an amazing discovery. A barely working Cryotank 3000 has been uncovered, containing a Rowan inside in a frozen state. Ashcan was successful in thawing Rowan, and this encounter has filled both duplicants with a sense of hope, something they will desperately need to keep their morale up when facing the dangers ahead. Well, that's great. I love that for us. So, who's the new friend? What are they like? They are interested in cooking exactly. They're so old? Was printed 1750 cycles ago. He's a binge eater. He's got ancient knowledge. This duplicant has knowledge from the before times. Love that. All right, Rowan, with your knowledge from the before times, literally interested in cooking and nothing else. Do you have any skills? Cuisine. All right, well, we'll do that and then not spend any more points yet, because it's going to go into advanced research and improved carrying once you have enough morale to support that. The pre-COVID knowledge. Teleport a duplicant and defrost a friend on another world. I guess we have done that, haven't we? Well, if you're just going to be dropping random bits of bleach stone, that's great. You can continue eating the chlorine gas. I guess I don't mind. Let's uproot some of this muckroot, shall we? People are going to want stuff to eat, I think. Eventually. This needs the power to get started, but to do that, we want to build a smart battery for the coal generator. Appreciate today's stream title. Excellent. What's up, Kelvin? All right, let's see if people will bring over the requisite iron here. Have errands? Yeah. Bring that iron, Ren. How are we doing here? Oh, everybody's fine. Herald earned a skill point. Tell me more. Is Herald interested in anything that remains? No. Harold has no interests. Well, no relevant interests. What is Harold doing other than cooking? Operating. Harold is an operator. 14 machinery? Wow. What a guy. Harold. Alright, let's get you better at There's no way to get you better at operating. This is as good as it gets. Alright, so we can just start putting more points into science or strength. Because that is all of the things that you were doing, I think. Yeah, still a fat 0 in excavation. Has some points in construction, so maybe just like a random couple of extra points in construction, and Harold can help out with that sometimes. I feel like the cooking is going to be the primary thing that he does, though. So maybe strength. Whew. More strength, more good. Everything else, kind of irrelevant. Oh, you have strength exactly from these abilities, sure. Does any of the rest of this matter? Piloting. Not so much. I guess if I give him piloting, he can start learning suit sustainability training. I'm down to give people points in athletics. Athletics is great. +3 morale need on all of these, huh? What the crap? Why are those numbers so high? Oh, because it includes the previous ones. Ah. Once I give him this, it'll be 2 more for suit sustainability training. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, alright. Let's start you down that path. Rowan now has some athletics, which is great, so we can give you advanced research, like we give everybody advanced research, and also improved carrying. Research complete. Fantastic news. Right, now what research do I care about? Is there a research I care about at the moment? Data analysis research is sure not happening in the near future. But maybe I can start setting that up. Beach chair. Lounging in sunlight. Isn't that going to give them sunburn? Personal flight is fascinating. Radiation refinement. I don't know that I care about that. Pressurized forging. Diamond press. Huh. High velocity transport, yo. Solids management feels like it's probably going to be relevant at some point. Hydrocarbon propulsion. Not today. Brachine flow, maybe. Valve miniaturization. This stuff just needs plastic. Kind of pointless. Alright, let's go for solid control. This seems fine. High velocity transport is probably for rockets. It's for all of the things that you would normally take rockets. But also just lets you yeet stuff from one planet to another. Diamond is a remarkable thermal conductor. Really? Interesting. the iron was delivered, but it is not being sent, so I guess it does need power. How distressing. Getting power out there is going to be a bit of a trial. Okay, well, do the thing, I guess. Spend that iron ore. Which means we are going to need some more iron. The building sounds are good. They are good. This is a good game. This game does a lot of good things. Starvation. Stop starving! Just eat from the trees! Who's starving? Trees are producing nectar, you're gonna be fine. Entomb defense ready. What? This plant is ready to shake off unstable elements that threaten to entomb it. Neat. That's neat. Invalid construction. Build the tiles, then! Still analyzing plants? Good heavens. How many plants are there to analyze? Now I'm just going to starve harder. I mean, if that's the choice they want to make, then so be it. Nobody's harvesting all of these alveo veras? Come on. Somebody's got to help out with the farming. Everybody's willing. So nobody's going to be idle. They just haven't done it yet. Because they got out of the priorities. So it's really just Jean and Otto doing all of the farming. We got to print another farmer, I guess. Not like food's going to be a problem. If I'm printing more dupes, then we have to have a place to put them, is the other problem. Random pile of steel here? I guess people started taking it down to the geothermal heat pump, and it hasn't yet made it. People have had other things to do, I suppose. Which I guess is respectable. Nectar production halted. Oh, if I harvest the branches. Oh, I did that backwards. Harvesting the branches gives me wood. Harvesting the tree gives me nectar. So I need to enable these harvests and disable the branch harvests. That's how that works. Yeah, I didn't understand how that worked. Because it's like the branches, once they're flowering, are producing nectar. But the nectar is in the tree, which is where it gets harvested from. Yeah, branches can be harvested for wood. Okay, okay. That was not clear to me. Nectar, 20 kilograms. It's the right amount of nectar. Keep on producing. I believe in you. This idiot probably is starving because these trees haven't grown for long enough to start producing branches. New printables are available. All right, what you got? Bubbles and Liam are here. Liam is a glow stick, emits low amount of rads and light, and allergic to floral scent. Oh. Meanwhile, Bubbles is a kitchen menace. Love that. Emits light? Fascinating. Yo, oxyfern seeds? Okay, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. New plan. New plan. Probably new plan. I didn't know that could actually come up. Yeah, it just needs carbon dioxide, dirt, and water. But the temperature range is the important part. 0 to 40. So I have to make sure that it's growing in a place that's not negative temperature. Which, we don't have that many of those, honestly. Almost everywhere is negative. I guess this water is raising the temperature around it slowly. No gas output. What? Oh, because it has to output steam. No, the steam just gets output around it. The carbon dioxide, I guess, gets directed. This area is warm, but hasn't spread past the abyssalite yet. It's starting to warm up this area because there's no direct thing here. I have never heard the expression crack my back like a glow stick. That is also wild. Yeah, the temperature here is frequently good enough. So I guess we could put an oxyfern plant down here. How hot is it by the fossils? Way hotter. Like, this is still solidified magma. This fossil is... These fossils are not warm. These fossils are very cold. What is this liquid? There's water. Why is there water down here? How did that happen? Oh, ice melted. Wait, why? I guess adjacency to the warm saltwater? That's believable. Although I don't know why I would have ice down here. Just presents more questions. I'm getting sidetracked. This needs exactly nectar. This needs a gas output. Where are we going to send the carbon dioxide? I guess I can stick it into the carbon dioxide gas reservoir. Sounds like we need to make a second carbon dioxide gas reservoir if I want to continue storing the carbon dioxide. So I suppose I'll do that. I'll be honest with you, I still don't know what I am doing with this stored carbon dioxide, but it is getting stored. We're not doing anything with this water yet, either. We probably need to be. Oh, the pipe is blocked. Because this is overpressure? Because this oxygen's not going anywhere because the carbon dioxide is blocked. I understand. I get it. No wonder we're not getting as much oxygen as we need to. Okay, that's fine. So then the plan is to send it over to this carbon dioxide, which is doable. Could send it like through here, I guess. Confirm for me that this is outputting exactly carbon dioxide? Hot carbon dioxide, jeez. I kind of don't want to run that by all of the snow tiles, do I? Am I concerned about temperature down here? Kind of. I guess if it starts getting bad, I can just replace the snow tiles with non-snow. We've got a while before that becomes relevant. Maybe I will just dump it here. And let the chips fall where they may. And no oxygen is coming down this pike because... Ah, again, because the carbon dioxide is not getting sufficiently stored. Okay. Got it. Well, the best place for the Oxifern is a place that has access to decent temperatures, abundant water, and abundant carbon dioxide. Which, that sure looks like this place to me. So I suppose I will prepare for that. Oxifern. You need water. Yes, okay. So, let's give you a hydroponic farm plot. I guess somewhere down here. Yeah, I guess that's fine, actually. Or we could be using this water and put it literally anywhere, as long as the temperature, the growing temperature, isn't miserable. So let's find a place where the temperature isn't miserable and is hopefully near the warm water. But the temperature is miserable everywhere is the problem. So this really is our best bet. It's the same colony that you were the first dupe in? No, this is a frozen planet star. Because that colony was set on fire. There was an asteroid, you see. And while I was out of the initial blast radius, I did not account for a lot of magma that was created by asteroid impact. So things did not go well. Set on fire was like the third consequence of the colony-ending disaster. Yes, correct. There were a lot of disasters all happening at once. Or rather, a lot of consequences to the amazingly catastrophic disaster that occurred. Yeah, this is definitely my best bet for temperature based on, for location based on temperature. So the next question is just figuring out how to get water here. Yeah, the melting was maybe a more proximate issue than the fire. And where is the water coming from here? This water's going here. But there's no carbon dioxide out here, so this isn't a great place to grow it, even though the temperature over here is maybe approaching reasonable. The temperature is actually outgrowing reasonable here. 30 degrees is approaching the upper limit of what our oxyfern can handle. But this is a good water source. The only problem being the distance. And the fact that I would need to remove more of the abyssalite temperature barrier. So maybe we can build it here and just use the water that's here. I think that won't last very long, though. I want a more renewable source. So I think I am planning on piping this water over to wherever I am planting this oxyfern. Man, this is such a huge project for one goddamn oxyfern seed. I am probably putting out way more effort than this oxyfern seed is worth, considering we just have all of the alveo vera growing already. But it eats carbon dioxide. Makes oxygen. Sounds great. But, yeah, this is kind of the only reasonable place to be doing this, so... Or over here. I guess the temperature over here is extending out as well. So I could do it in this area. And that might be an easier path to travel for our piping. Because otherwise, I think the piping has to go across here. We can't really cut down into this area. That is okay, though. Yeah, maybe let's just pipe it across here and start doing it here. That's the point of the game, over-engineered solutions. It's kind of true. It's certainly how I feel about it. Alright. Yeah, we're just going to do it over here. We'll start there, and then as I grow more seeds, presumably I will have the opportunity to, unreachable, really? Oh, because of this. Yeah, no, I understand. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Plumbing. Let's go with some insulated liquid pipe here. Guess that means we need to open this up all the way across. Alright, and now they've got stuff to do, and let's print that seed. I could also have done this on the other colony, but... They've got algae, they'll be fine. People are idle over here. Can't say I'm a fan of that outcome. This is disabled still? Oh, because I haven't connected the other side of it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree. Well, let's start getting that set up, I guess. And let's give you idiots something to do for now. We do need to start getting access to this. We've got to open this up at some point. So this is probably the way in which that happens. I'm not going to want a bunch of extra batteries. So the plan at the moment is going to be just one smart battery. And then we're going to need an electric grill. Say here. Purely for the sake of argument. I don't know what we're gonna do about this poke shell, but maybe we just don't have to worry about it. Maybe that's fine. And then once the power is up and running, we can start generating oxygen, I think. That's going to be how we're going to do that. And I need to start worrying about plumbing. Plumbing is the other big thing to start worrying about. But of course, that's also dependent on getting power up and running. So, I mean, we could still start building it out, I suppose. That's not a problem. We're going to need all of that for sure. And then I have to start making decisions about where I am putting our polluted water. I guess it can still be in reservoirs. Like, I don't need to make a polluted water cistern or anything. I have storage solutions for this problem. So I guess that's what I'll do. This is a little gross, so maybe let's do it this way. And you know, as long as we're here, just start doing it right. And begin building the piping. Now I have to decide where I am going to put the reservoirs. I guess it doesn't super matter, actually. Just put it here, I guess. Sure. I'm pretty sure that a liquid reservoir containing polluted water doesn't off-gas. But I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. And this is eventually going to have to connect to some kind of sieve system. Liquid storage is sealed. Yeah, that was what I believe to be true. We can do the sieving down here, actually. I like that better than whatever is happening up here. Maybe let's not do this thing that I said. Which means cancel all of this, actually. And we'll do it this way. This is interesting, because I think I want to handle this such that clean water is primarily coming from the sieve rather than the pump. And I believe the best way to do that is a bridge from the pump to a sealed line. Yeah, I think that's how that works. Arrangement with a bridge to prioritize sieve input. Yeah. So that's going to look something along the lines of a bridge, I don't know, here or whatever, wherever the bridge ends up going, into the clean line here, so it doesn't connect here. And then the sieve will output Sure, there. So something like this, although it should go through a reservoir. Can I swap the orientation of those? Oh. No! Okay, that's fine. So it'll look like this-ish. The only problem with this is I can't get into here to actually build more piping, so I have to put the bridge in a different place. But this is basically what it's going to look like. An overflow output to put clean water someplace. No, the clean water can stay down here. That's fine. I don't need an overflow at this point. In fact, once this gets moving, I'm not even going to want this to stay connected. So I think what I do is just build this system out, connect it briefly to get it moving, and then close it off again. We're going to need to bring power down. So I guess that is also a concurrent problem. Once it gets moving with a sieve having priority, it's going to get more pea water than clean water. This will all back up. Yes, yeah. At some point, I will have to find a way to bleed off liquid from this otherwise closed cycle. But that is not a today problem. Food. I guess that's true. Which is why I want y'all to grab all them muck roots. This is going to solve our problem eventually. Maybe not sooner rather than later. But eventually. How are things doing over here? Y'all are working? I know there's work to do. Because this needs to get going. Alright, well, if we don't have ceramic yet, then we can keep using igneous rock. How's this thing going? Is it doing the thing? Not yet, because it's not connected to anything. Yep, I understand. Bert earned a skill point. Great. I'm happy for you, Bert. What are you doing, buddy? Not a whole lot so far. Oh, I see. What are you prioritizing? It better be construction. Okay, good. How about you get better at construction then? That sounds like a good plan. I probably should have been the point in research, but you know, whatever. I think I want to give him demolition sooner rather than later, so I guess I'm okay with this too. We'll figure it out. I believe in you. Did you get yourself into trouble, Rowan? Okay, new plan. Tile, high priority. Tile, high priority. Tile. Oh, now it just got worse. That's great. Okay, prioritize these digs. Let's get you out of here. Oh, come on. Really? You can't go to bed? There's a yellow alert on! Is that not how this works? Shouldn't they be waking up for this? Buddy? Red alert only. Is there a red alert? I don't think I know how to do a red alert. Next to the blueprint. Oh, okay. Alright. The red alert is over. You can go back to bed now. What is this? Oh, someone peed themselves. Terrible news. Because this broke and did not get repaired in time. Yep. Yep. It's gonna happen again. Made a mess. Sure did. Still doing it. Love that for you. Man, I always have this problem where the bathroom gets messed up and I don't fix it in time. This happens surprisingly frequently. Oh. Oh, hey, there's snow. What did I do? I tried to overhaul the bathroom without realizing that people were going to need a bathroom. Well, I tried to fix things. Are you kidding me? Fix things when they become a problem. Get out of here. This is not my fault. Okay, wait. It is my fault. But also, it's the dupe's fault. Like, I cannot claim no responsibility here, but also these idiots. Not very good at prioritizing the things that they need to prioritize, I guess because I didn't tell them to prioritize them appropriately. So maybe also my fault. However, these idiots. Your job as a chatter to sass me. You know what? I can't argue with that. I think that is unfortunately correct. What are we making? We're making gristleberries. That's what we're making. There's kind of nothing else here that will be helpful. Well, at least the bathroom is working again. True management reaction. Accept some responsibility, but also blame others. Yes, exactly. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with me. However, if these idiots weren't as idiotic, I wouldn't have needed to manage the problem in the first place. This is still not happening with any due speed, so maybe priorities? What if priorities? Fertilization? We out of snow? How much snow do I have? No, we're really not out of snow. Okay, good. Are you doing the things, and are you okay? Maybe. Oxygen's starting to become a problem. Oh, don't do that. I'm not ready for this coal generator to start working. Hang on. I guess I can run it without batteries. I guess that's allowed. Until the refined iron gets shipped over. Oh, right, irrigation. They can water it manually for a bit. But we are going to need to send clean, unpolluted water over there eventually. Oh, so this is going to become a problem. Oh, I don't like the way this is set up now. All right. There should exist a stylized pictograph for a sassafras leaf. That would help with the sassing. Okay, I think what we're going to do is this. This is going to connect down this way. Disconnect here appropriately. And then the output. Okay, so now we have some deconstructs to do. And that's going to connect down to here. And these are going to connect up to here. This is going to disconnect here. And then this is going to go this way. And I'll connect it down here when I need to in order to get this kick-started. But I'm not going to connect it much. Yeah, Kappa is kind of the universal sarcasm emote at this point for Twitch. Which is great. That's fine. But sarcasm, I would argue, is different than sass. The system has been altered. Pray I do not alter it any further. Does it look the way I want it to? I think it does. I think this is correct now. Alright, somebody can bring over coal, I feel like. Power use. Don't like me. Food is now a problem again, which means we're going to have to dig out some spots and hope that they contain food. Because this stuff is growing very slowly, if at all. Nobody's prioritizing farming out here either, which is maybe a problem. Somebody's gonna have to do it, but nobody's any good at it. Hey. Also, this bedroom sucks. gonna fix that too. Maybe some of these will be food. So far, it's mostly not food. Distressing. Well, tomorrow's gonna be bad. Ah, we have iron. Fantastic news. So that means I can build a smart battery here. And also, I can go to here, stop this from containing iron, because we don't need to send any more iron. That was the correct amount of iron to send. But we can send some food over. Just straight up send whatever I have extras of here. Maybe some pike apple skewers. Also different than snark or sniping. True. Feels like any of those four can come in at least pairs. They all start with S. This is also true. S is an evil consonant. It's very sinister. No harvest pending. Why no harvest pending? It's set to auto harvest. It's just the branches that aren't harvest pending. Requires learned skill. Really? Only duplicates with crop tending or crop tending. Huh. Wow. Okay. You gotta be better at tending the crops, I guess. Hello, Jean. Jean. What are we doing with you? I kind of want to get you some athletics at this point, since you are doing all of the farming for the entire colony. You're sinister, but only in small things. Fine motor slightly left. Okay, okay. I respect that. How's ventilation doing? Ventilation is doing fine. New printables are available! What are we printing? What have we got? Ethanol, wort seed. Ethanol is an okay print. Interior decorator, cuisine, medicine strength, medicine, creativity, piloting. Shabby dresser and building impaired. Increased husbandry. Nobody wants to do the farming? People who can farm. And the farming is going to be necessary sooner rather than later. Well, I think we already have someone who wants to do the cooking. Yes. Rowan has 10 cuisine. Holy. Okay, new plan. Right. Cooking is literally the only thing Rowan is interested in. Okay. That's fine, then. The decreased decor morale bonus is a little annoying. Doctoring and supplying is essentially your interest because the cooking doesn't matter. Doctoring, decorating, and rocketry. I guess that's probably fine. Shabby dresser also potentially irritating. And building impaired may be bad for right now. But is that better than printing somebody with less relevant interests and decreased decor morale bonus? I guess decreased decor ruins it for everybody, whereas decreased decor morale bonus only ruins it for that one dupe. And Catalina is going to have a hard time doing anything related to her interests. Whereas Bubbles, at least, will be able to do supplying and gain some bonuses that way. Okay. Listen, the important part is they are a dupe. So they can help with the things that need helping, which is quite a lot of things at the moment. Oh, we still can't get through the obsidian. Oh, never mind, never mind. Cancel all that. Cancel buildings. But at some point, for now, we'll do this. Welcome to the team, Bubbles! Okay, Bubbles gets a hit of improved carrying first and foremost, and gets priorities set such that supplying, storing, and tidying are the most important things for her. And then I guess we'll have her work on farming when there is farming to be done? Because somebody's got to? Really not concerned about the breathability of Galdera. We're okay. We're really okay. Oh, the food problem got resolved. Incredibly resolved. Okay. That's enough. We should find a place to put this food. Like maybe a refrigerator. Starvation. Yeah, go eat. Scalding? Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Okay. How about instead, don't. That's going to be very warm for the foreseeable future. Did I forget about the magma? I kind of forgot about the magma. Yeah, I did, in fact, forget about the magma. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this place is going to develop an temperature. We'll just wait for this to cool off, I guess, the normal way. Because nobody is walking in here and dealing with 1300 degree igneous rock. Oh, that's going to take forever to cool off. Okay, well, no problems. No problems. So is this activated now? I guess we have to give people some sleepwear, huh? How does sleepwear work? Nicola could work on eat, but it's not their top priority right now. It ought to be. Oh, but you're eating down here where there's no oxygen. Right, oxygen. Oxygen is a problem. Okay, let's start fixing the oxygen problem. In addition to all of the other problems that need fixing. Let's also start fixing the oxygen problem. The way to do that first and foremost is a diffuser. Because we have algae. This can be set to, like, 20%. The low threshold is probably 15. High threshold is, like, 75. Trapped. I don't like that. Who? What? Define trapped. I disagree? Whoa! Whoa! How did that happen? That's a new one. Alright, looking a little less trapped now. So that's great. You can take all of the edibles, and you are top priority. Please store the things. And I guess we need to start setting up a... Oh, skill points. I love skill points. Joshua! Buddy! Pal! What are we working on for you? Is that ice? It was ice. The entrance to the tunnel froze over. That's a new one. I haven't seen that happen before. Not a lot of room for relevant abilities anymore, so maybe we just don't do anything with your skill points? I kind of think maybe we just don't do anything with your skill point. Plumbing overlay. Okay, so now we connect... We connect this to here, and this to here briefly. And this disconnects briefly also. Alright. And now that water is present there, this can disconnect completely. This can go back to connecting here. And none of you can do things? Really? We need to start digging out a dining hall. Dining hall is the next thing we're doing. So I guess let's turn this into a dining hall. Seems fine. Okay, that is connected, which is good. That's what I wanted. This is working, which is great news. And this is all working, which is great news. We can set these to be deconstructed. These can get deconstructed so people aren't messing around down here. The ration box can get deconstructed. Certainly don't need you storing anything. Food is decayed. Rotten lettuce. Sure. I think I shipped them some wood, actually, is the next thing we do. If I go to... There's still a ton of pike apple here? There is one pike apple here. Great. Nicola earned a skill point. Nicola, who is interested solely in tidying, apparently. Oh, and critter ranching. Okay. So let's give you a farming point. And also prioritize farming a little bit for you. And Bubbles can go back to neutral on farming, because Nicola actually needs the points in farming in order to be able to get to ranching. And I still don't know what I am doing with the polluted water. I guess I could be dumping it into the liquid reservoir that I've already constructed. That would take a bottle drainer, which requires some more refined metal. Oh, I was going to send wood over. Ha. Send over some organic. Some wood. How much wood does it take to build the table? 400. We want to build 2 of these? It looks like there is room for 3 people to eat at a single communal table. So let's build 2 of these. So let's send over 800 wood. Five, 6, 10. Great. Stop bringing over more wood. Okay. Now stop bringing over more wood. Let's get the wood sent over. I guess I could turn off manual use. And then disable wood and set the priority back up. Furniture. Communal table. 1, 2, 2. We idle again? We're idle again. Okay, what is the next project? Farming is occurring, which is great news. This is fine. We are going to need to do something with the carbon dioxide, which I guess I can set up a carbon skimmer in kind of the same area. There is room to use this same network for carbon skimming. So let's do that. This is the output. We will need to bridge. And that'll be the input. This is set direction left. This is going to need power, too. Fortunately, that is also a solvable problem. really don't have anything better to do, I will give you something better to do. Also open this up a little bit. Maybe that'll help with the airflow. Maybe the way to deal with the polluted oxygen is just have deodorizers. It's not the worst choice. I sure hope we have enough water here. It does not look like we do. Okay. Once again, a solvable problem. We just gotta get this built so that the sieve can start working again. And now we should stop having problems here. Okay, this is fine for now. Eventually we'll have to open this up and get the water into here, and we'll eventually have to set up desalinating. This has to be prioritized appropriately, which means all of the time. This might just need to be sealed off, because otherwise the salt water's going to keep coming in, isn't it? Oh, we definitely don't need to mop that up. And now they're idle. Rowan's doing it. Good job, Rowan. What is the next project here? Eventually, the goal is oil. Which means we need to get some Atmos suits. And a better water source. Which probably does mean bringing water in from the other colony. Which is kind of wild, actually. I guess the other way to do it, because I don't have an immediate oil problem, is send slicksters over to Geldera? Geladera? Whatever? Or just start like an actual slickster farm instead of dealing with the oil reservoir problem? I'm okay with that too. Slicksters will help deal with the carbon dioxide problem too. Speaking of that, how did that oxyfern business go? Is it actually body temperature? Is it too cold? What's the temperature? -0.1? Come on. Honestly, come on. How are we doing for plastic? Has any plastic dropped? Some plastic has dropped. The polymer press actually doing the thing. Hot dog. What does this mean? This means that I can make a germ sensor, which was the thing that kicked off this whole business. Get this ethanol. This ethanol's doing great. No harvest pending. Harvest ready. Don't lie to me. All right. We ready to do this? I think we're ready to do this. So the way in which this should work, if I go into automation, this germ sensor is like atmospheric. Detecting germ populations can help block off or clean up dangerous enemies. Plastic is an excellent radiation shield. Oh. And is antiseptic. Yeah, I think this is a open air germ sensor. So we need the liquid pipe germ sensor. Internal germ count of the pipe. Yes. So how do I want to put this together? Because the goal, you see, is to have a liquid shutoff that, based on the germ count, decides whether or not to funnel off this polluted water into this polluted water storage. So I guess the way that needs to look is this water gets sent down to here. And that's not enough room, actually. I guess we can put... Maybe it is enough room. Because maybe this can connect out this way. And if... Oh? Okay, no. It can't overlap the tile. That's the problem. So... we'll have to send the pipe out through here. I don't know if it's reasonable to have two different valves connected. Or if it's just going to be the valve to the clean pea water. Like, I think the way I want it to work is like this. And then, well, I mean like this, but this thing needs to be built the other direction. Like this. And then this is going to have to get disconnected. We're going to have to bridge across here. That's fine. Though. And then based on why does this not work? Oh, because that's overlapping this territory. God damn it. Awkward. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine. We'll just put the valve here. Put the germ sensor here. Connect there and connect there. Although I guess for now, let's leave that disconnected until this is all built out. Okay. I think this will work. I guess I don't know for sure, but it feels like it could work. Super idle over here, dang. This is built out. I guess this needs to be dug out. Interesting. We were able to get some of this. I guess for now, use this to dig this out. And eventually artwork, I suppose? Fascinating. Also, Mupolian Bonafart is... You know, I don't really know what to think about that. Maybe I just won't. Maybe just not thinking about it is the correct way to handle the situation. How are we for skills? Ashcan has learned a new skill. Okay, great. Please continue to be better at construction, I think? Free will either does or does not exist. Well, that's remarkably deep for the current situation. dig that out, and that will help the situation as well. Oh, this needs power. Sure. Can I give it heavy watt wire, or is it gonna freak out? No, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Send green signal if below 5. Alright, and now we need to get the water into here to begin with, which is the plan, to bleed some of this off. It's also awkward to get up there. Maybe it's time to open this up. Okay, let's get some plumbing. You stare too long into the abyss underpinning math. It turns out probably may or may not exist. You'd give it 50/MU odds. Are you saying whether or not probability exists is matchup dependent? I don't think I know what mu means under this under this context. Oh, this needed to stay being liquid, insulated. But whatever. Yo, hella people earn skill points. What? Damn. What do we do with this? Otto, are you engaging in farm? You are engaging in farming, aren't you? Please be better at farming. Ren. Ren wants to be better at athletics. You go. Enjoy. I guess we could also start him up on the doctoring tree. Or digging. There's so many things he would enjoy doing. Wow. And yet I don't have him set to prioritize digging. You should prioritize digging. He'd be great at it. Now there's idleness over here. What do we do with the idleness over here? Y'all need a project again. This is technically a mess hall, surprisingly. It becomes a great hall when I have decor building and recreation building. What are we doing for a decor building? What are we doing for a recreation building? I think it's just staying a mess hall, honestly. Is it time for puffed farming? Seems like it would be difficult to do. Not impossible. Just difficult. Annoying. Oh, there's not a kind of flooring that allows solids to pass through, but also allows duplicates to walk. Oh no, ladders. Ladders is a kind of flooring that allows solids to pass through, but also allows duplicates to walk on it. Maybe it's not right to think of it that way, but functionally... does work. The other question is gas. In what gas do we want this puffed to live if we are doing puffed farming? I also have to decide if I'm going to actually try and grow these nosh beans. To decide a lot of things. Why do I keep having to decide things? I think I have reached decision fatigue. I think I am unready to continue thinking about things. I think my exhaustion is catching up with me. So I think maybe I'll just call it a little early. Because I don't think I am ready to take on whatever is required in order to start whatever the next project is here. I'm just not doing a think. Thinks are not happening. Yeah. Colony's in a good state, though. I think none of the problems are unmanageable, and in fact, many of the problems are currently managed. So, things are going okay. Hey, the Oxifern's actually doing the Oxifern thing. Oh my god, it's so much worse than Alveo Vera? And I actually put effort into planting this? And now it's using up my precious water? Hell is wrong with me? What's on the docket for tomorrow? This is the important part. But also, some time spinner practice ahead of time. It's going to be a short stream in order to leave time for the actual race. Alright, yeah, I think I am ready to stop thinking about things. I think that's where I am at. So we'll do a save here. And head to the main menu and call it for the night. But still fun. Still having a good time. Looking forward to streaming some more of this when I am more awake and more capable of making decisions. So that seems like a good idea. It seems like a strong play. But that is going to be it for tonight.